let's get our show on the road. Let's see. Shut this down. Very gracefully fade it out. Okay, welcome back to At the Ends of Eras. Development stream 460 something, 470 something, I bet. Let's see, so last time I made a big tree. It's very cool, it's a very epic olive tree. And I've been thinking about the lore of it, which would be quite cool, because a tree this size is about 1,000 years old. Thank you, Godot. I see. It's fun that they haven't, like, fixed that bug. You'd think that with Godot 4 they would have fixed that. But oh well, such is life. But okay, we got a big old olive tree. And also I realized they only have flowers in the spring, so the game now takes place in the spring. I was imagining it taking place in the late fall, early August, but that's, you know, there's basically nothing in the game that confirms that, so now it's the spring. Hang on, I'm also going to lower the volume a bit more. Because I think Sigur Rós is going to overpower me with his sonorous vocals. But okay. So next up on the docket is probably smaller olive trees. That seems like a likely candidate, because basically I imagine this whole place is going to be kind of like an olive orchard. And so we're going to have more trees, and then grass, and goats to eat the grass. And then I'll decide if I want to make more trees for like oranges or something. Because if it's spring, that means the oranges are probably right after harvest, because they typically are harvested in early spring or late winter. Because yeah, there's the neighboring, this area is, I believe, going to be an olive, or an orange grove. Or it might just be more olives. And yeah, like I said last time, I'll have to figure out something to do with the map so that way the tree doesn't, like, fade out. Or, like, the leaves don't fade out really weirdly. Oh. Ah. Eventually I need to see, why is this performing so badly anyway? I think that's another thing that I'll need to figure out. Why is this area rendering so slow? And if push comes to shove, I might do like interiors versus exteriors. Well, now it's running fine. Huh. I think it's having both. I don't know what it is, actually. I think it's having both the city and this active at the same time. Yeah, I'll figure that out someday. But yeah, we'll completely ignore that for now. But okay, what is happening here? Preview. We literally have, if not is inside tree return. I'll ignore that. I'll have to figure out what's calling this soon, but... Oh yeah. I was trying to do some convex decomposition by hand, but it was too complicated, so I'm not going to do that. I might do it as like a blender modifier, though. But okay. So, now my next goal, make another olive tree. I think I want... let's go to April 23, visuals, new foliage. So, do we need that as like its own thing? I think it's going to be neighborhoods, farms, crops, olive trees. So, we have big tree. 2 medium, let's say 3 medium trees. And then like 3 small trees. So we got the big tree done. So let's go back to olive trees, which are somewhere in here, presumably. Okay. Now I need to decide what a medium olive tree means exactly. Oh, that was a little smaller than I intended. Oh, I guess it's just... Oh, okay, this one is a little bigger. Yeah, okay, this seems about right. Yeah, so that's probably... I don't know how old olive trees are. I know that olive trees about this size are probably several hundred to over 1,000 years old. So I think an olive like grove like this would have a lot of significance to the people in this area because of how old it is. Like, let's see. Yeah, they say some of these trees are like over 5,000 years old. I'm not sure if that's true though. Also, I'm curious if it's significant that I'm using primarily images of olive trees in Greece rather than olive trees in like the region that we're looking at, Iran, Turkmenistan, places like that. So let's actually look up olive tree Iran. Because I don't think there's too many different species of olive tree, but I don't actually know. I also don't know what do I not know? I don't know if these images are actually from the same areas. Is this like a painted thing? I guess 3D modeling. Yeah, the next thing that's going to be tricky to find is images of oranges. Or like orange trees in like without the actual fruit at the maximum ripeness, because all of the images that you'll see of orange trees are when they have big juicy oranges on them, which is not most of the year. Because especially since I've decided that this game occurs right after an orange harvest, I guess it would just look like a normal tree then. Well, this is a tiny little image. Okay, but I think we have a few good references. I think I'd like one like this, one like this, and one like this. That'd give us a good spread of trees. And we can do all of these with, I think primarily through like a skin modifier in Blender, so it'd be pretty easy to make it. Okay, so let's save this as PDN, yeah. That seems right. So I think now mesh plane. My old tricks. Selection of cursor. There we go. So we need 2 subdivisions. One before it, one after it. And then also, decimate. And this will be probably like point like 3 or something. Yeah, that seems to be about where I'd want it to be. And this is going to be tree, olive, medium 1, with collision. And I'll start with this one. So we see kind of a similar thing to what we have for these much larger ones, where the trunk is pretty evenly sized until it like splits off. Because it feels like it doesn't do the like Christmas tree style thing of like having a bunch of tiny branches that come out of a main trunk. There is no main trunk, basically. There's just like, you know, like this. But I also need to make sure to not have it all on like one axis. So do I want it like, maybe I want... What do I want exactly here? I guess let's just split it off some more. And also, bring this down, and eventually we'll scale like all of these up to be like, you know, what we would want for the tree trunk. But for now, I'm just going to think about like the overall shape. So yeah, a lot of like bifurcations. You know, here and here. So I think I'm going too crazy with this, like, going down. Like, let's bring this up. Though they do actually come down a decent ways. Like, how do we... The major downside of the skin modifier is it's pretty easy for it to just kind of give up. What does optimal display mean? Ah, well, I'll ignore that. I do think we're a bit too on one axis. Or maybe a bit too imbalanced, I should say. Actually, what if we just grab this whole thing here? Move it like this. This is a bit too crazy, actually. Yeah, I think this one's just too long. Well, maybe if I, like, narrow it down. Get some more stuff over here. Even it out a bit. Now it's coming along a bit more. I think I'd also want... What would I want? The eternal question. What do we want in life? Do we want this olive tree to have 90-degree bends, like sharp angles like this? Or do I want to just not bother with that? Because that'd make the subdivision stuff slightly harder. Alright, let's scale up all of these, and then let's scale down the endpoints. And so it'd be like this. And then here, get this a bit wider. Get this a bit narrower. I guess these two, actually. How does this feel? How do I feel about this? I guess we can just plop it in the game. So this is tree, olive, medium 1. Export. Huh. Project? Oh, I see. These are... There we go. Placeholder materials, as always. No animations. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we just need to... Let's save this as, like, tree olive bark dot material. Okay, Crab Hill Farms. And I'm thinking, because this area, this tree is so old, that we should probably have, like, multiple, like, cultures worth of ruins in here. Like, some stone walkways that have been here for, like, thousands of years. And also, the music is building to a meaningful and purposeful, climax. But I need to not have it do that. But okay, so is this... Should these... I guess these aren't inactive entities, yeah. I use active entities for scripting instead. So now we can have trees like this. Isn't that beautiful? It also uses a slightly different rule set for, like, placing things, where I think it uses the bounding box instead of the, like, tree... Instead of the, like, origin point, and I hate it. Because it means I can't just place trees, because it's like, oh, the box intersects. I don't care. Actually, is that something that I can change? I think it'd probably be in editor settings. Drop. Bound, select box, 3D. What do we have in here? Default FOV and all this stuff. Nobody lets me use the Blender settings for navigation. Probably because they're completely deranged. Because I still use, like, pre-Blender 2.8 navigation settings where you, like, use right-click to select things. Because I'm a boomer, and I'm stuck in my ways, and I refuse to change just because it's a worse product. Actually, I should figure out what the arrangement of trees is going to be before I actually do this, but... Oh well. I'll just do this anyway because I need to, like, debug the collision and see if the scale feels right, because they might be too big. And then I think what I need is I'm just going to... Yeah, I think these are a bit too large, yeah. We should scale these down. Also, I can see the frame rate like choking and dying when I touch them, I think. Or is that just a stutter from like shaders? I guess these are fine. Oh. Oh, all of my stuff is all fucked up. But okay, get this. Oh, it's gonna be... Scale? Ooh. This won't be too bad. We just gotta gloop this down a little bit. Alright, scale check. I want to add a debug. What is it called? So if we go to Necropolis. Just put one of these in here. So I don't even have to like bother with like putting things. So that way I can just like spawn at the tree without loading the entire game. Oh wait, it's not going to load the terrain though, is it? That will be an issue, actually. Yes. Okay. That will be an issue. Ah, well. I just want to see a tree at an appropriate scale. So I'm still curious, because it feels like when my feet brush past this, occasionally the game freezes for like a second. And I still can't tell if that's like because of them or if it's just a coincidence. Oh, I did see some jank up here though. Yeah, eventually I may still do... I've been contemplating like porting Godot or bullet physics to Godot 4. Someone had already started that work. Because basically, the triangle mesh collisions in Bullet are much faster and much more reliable than in Jolt. As you can see here, there was some weird thing with like climbing for a frame or two. Ah, well. Let's ignore that for the time being, and let's just get a, let's get a little branch. So we're just gonna append from our big tree an object, tiny branch. Okay, this is actually quite a bit smaller. But okay, let's do our beautiful face. And that way I can just attach to this. Oh. Will it work, though, is the question. Why is it not attaching to, like... Why did it stop working? Oh, because it needs to be, I think, center? There we go. Okay. Because it needs to get the center of the object, which is its origin. And also, I think... Make this smaller on average. And now we just do the same work that we did before. Just make a whole big old tree. And let's not overthink it. Because we can always also just come in here and like randomly scale and rotate things by like, you know, grab a couple of them, RZZ, spin them around, SZZ, you know, things like that. Oh. Oh yeah. Welcome to the stream. Oh wait, hang on. These are not quite hatched properly. Yeah, right now, I'm making yet another olive tree. I'm making a slightly smaller one. And thankfully, the overall shape of this one is very simple compared to the other one. Yeah, I'm also thinking I should probably put those Q&As eventually in like a wiki or something, because that could be neat. Because I have wondered about, like, because Discord is such a, like, transient, like, chat, if I should be using something else for communication. Wait, let's see. Do I get anything? Yeah, I get a few bucks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I like little web dev projects. And I haven't done too much with them. Well, thank you for the sub. I'm glad I could be of help. Yeah, because it's either making a little wiki or even collecting them in a video, because that could be nice. To get sort of an explanation of what they all mean. Or like more visual demonstrations and things like that. Alright, this little guy's coming to life, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figure a video would definitely reach more people than a wiki article. Mm-hmm. Yeah, admittedly, I could definitely make a wiki a lot of work, because I also have had an idea for a while of, like, a wiki format where you can, like, link to snippets of, like, another article, and then it shows the text but also provides a link to it. Because, you know, sometimes it's hard to figure out, like, do I want to just, like, copy the information from one page onto another, or do I just want to link to the page but then not have the information on this page? So why not have both? But then I'd have to, like, make my own thing, and it'd be a lot of work, as usual. I love making work for myself. Because, yeah, I've also been meaning to, I have a written blog for the game about the character design that I've been meaning to get done, and it hasn't gotten done. And that was supposed to take faster, or be faster than making a video, but I think it's not that much faster, honestly. Yep, I think so. It'll be a while. Probably, I've been targeting October 2026 for, like, a Steam release. And it'd be like $14 or $15. Let's have this one go a bit more this way. I should actually look at my reference a bit. Well, I mean, I guess what I'm seeing is the branches don't go down too much until they're at the very end, but I think this is also because this is a, like, freshly trimmed tree. But that does make sense, to focus more on branches going upward toward the sun. Yeah. Yeah, because I think the videos are the main source of traffic for the game. But they also are the main source of doing work that isn't making the game. So it's always been a basic debate of, like, how much time should I put into videos and things like that. But I think I could do more videos. Because they're also, like, very satisfying to make, since they're all, like, self-contained creative projects in themselves. I like this one. Put this way. Man, this tree is going to be done in like 10 minutes. Well, more like an hour, but still a lot faster than the other one. Let's make sure that my tiny branches... Okay, good. They're all using the same mesh. And I've also been thinking of making more non-game related videos as well. Because those are also quite fun. And I think they'd be more... They're more likely to get a broader audience than devlogs. Let's see, I guess more generic, or more general, game design videos and things like that. Like, I've wanted to make a video on checkpoints and respawning in games for a while. Because I did one about character design in Concord, and that was fun. So it'd be similar things to that where I, like, examine other games. Yeah, because I also just... I really like, who is that? Iron Pineapple. The YouTuber Iron Pineapple makes videos where he plays just a bunch of games. And I really like the vibe of them, since he tends to, like, really roll with the punches on games, and, like, just take them for what they are and have more, like, even-handed or positive things to say about them. And I think that'd be a neat thing, or a thing where I, like, want more of those videos, so I'd be happy to make them. Let's get some of these and, like, rotate them random. Oh, wait. How do we... Why are these rotating in such strange ways? Why are these... So these all look... Okay, so this does this. Oh, I know. Individual origins. That's what I needed. Now I can select as many of these as I want, and we can, like, randomly rotate them. Randomly scale them. Yep, I'm usually around. I do streams from Wednesday through Friday, and then Sunday, all about this time of day. But thanks for stopping by. Where are these? Oh, I see. Yeah, you too. Alright, let's see this tree in action. So we got olive. Oh wait, this should be under... plant. Oh. And then save this. Oh wait, save as material, environment, plants, tree, olive, leaves. And hopefully all of these still have the same, okay, good. Okay, let's see this in action. This is a tree. My goodness, they all work. Okay, the stuttering seems to be actually just walking up to the tree. So I think it's because I'm loading in that area over there. So yeah, I definitely need some way of, like, controlling that loading. But okay. These look okay. I don't need to, like, pat myself on the back for this. Let's do another tree. Okay. Vertices. Get this. We will do a subdivision, skin, subdivision, decimate. Which should be in here? Yeah. Like 0.25 or something. And we're going to be doing more of a... So not quite this one, though I do like these ones. We're going to do a 2-branch one. That's more vertical. Less fun branches. Still uncertain if, or like the exact rules for like how they branch, because these do seem like very different like strains of olive tree, you know? Maybe it's an age thing and like climate thing, like, you know, drier environments mean that the tree grows slower and more gnarled. But that's me like projecting my opinions on life onto a tree. But okay, we do still have the same rules of like the trees tend to have pretty stumpy branches that then split off into like other things. Should probably have it go more this way, so that way it's a bit more evenly grown. Let's see, unlike this a bit more. Do you want this to come out a bit more? I say no. I say we have it grow big and tall. Actually, now that I've done that, I still want more branches. I'm not sure exactly where. I think right in here. I want it to come out like this. Oh, we should have been having the connected only, but oh well. Okay. Smooth shading. So this is what? Tree olive mead 2. Alright, I just sneezed. Oh. Tree olive mead 2 collision. Yeah, good enough. Export this guy to there. Interesting that it does, it automatically adds an underscore. Interesting. But okay, new inherited scene. So we need, what, entities, environment, plants, which are somewhere in here. Probably after M. But before the letters that come before whatever I put P. And yeah, once we get like a couple more trees, or once I'm satisfied, oh yeah, these guys are also a little too big. Alright, S.7. Until it does not have any horrific, like, bulging. Yeah, I don't care for this particular branch here. Actually, what if we had this come in a bit more? So that makes it more horrific. Yeah, let's just say that. That's probably good. Okay, so now these are about the same size. I see some strangeness with how the player attaches to the environment, I think, but for now it's fine. I wonder if it's specifically areas. I wonder if it really is just like I need to use shape casts. I just like trees. Okay. So now append, I guess tiny branch, but not you. Okay, so, center goes to face. Alright, now the process begins anew. And then the most unique one will be our little stumpy friend. This one. Because it'll just have, like, the most custom branches, I think. Because yeah, I do like that little stumpy guy. Yeah, I wish we could scale trees. Like, because it feels like, for some reason, Godot is the only one, is like the only, game engine that I've used where you can't just scale objects with physics on them because it messes up the collision shapes. And it's strange that that's been the case for 3 separate physics engines. So maybe I just haven't done much physics in other engines. Because I've seen people like designing levels in like the Unreal Engine where they just like get a rock and scale it. And you just can't do that in Godot. But c'est la vie. I made my bed. I love Godot like a boomer loves his wife. Once our kids are to college, we're gonna have the messiest divorce to end all divorces. But then we're gonna realize that we're both old and ugly, and we can't find anybody better, so we'll settle back for each other. And then get divorced again. And then remarried for a 3rd time. And then we'll be like, well, and then we'll get divorced, and then we'll be like, well, okay, let's just not, like, get married, but let's just live together. Let's see, and I also hear my brother, so I wonder. But okay. I got stuff. Look at my tree. Alright, what else am I thinking of? Oh yeah, I said that I was going to make a 4chan clone at some point. That's still on the table. That could be a fun idea. I wonder if I could marry that with the wiki thing. That's probably a bad idea though. But I could. We could have a 4chan clone with a wiki. And it'd just be a wiki for my game development stuff. But no, I think I'd probably do a static wiki generator as its own thing. And then have an image board as an entirely separate thing, because they'd have entirely different security considerations. Especially if we make it so that, like, I don't need to, like, upload things to the wiki, I just, like, send things to the server as just, like, HTML files. Because, like, you know, that's not as good as, like, a full and proper server, but it's also way easier to maintain or, like, make it secure. Because like you can just say like if anybody has the like admin like security key, then they can upload the files directly. Otherwise, nobody can do anything to it because it just serves static HTML. It makes life easier if you do less stuff. And plus I could always just I could do more advanced stuff later. Like just make the like wiki generating thing. Because I do think there's an interesting idea in there of like a wiki like markup or markdown style language where you can quote snippets of other pages. And then those snippets show up on the page and have a link to where they came from. So that way you can have a wiki that cross-references all sorts of different information all across itself without having to like quote it and without having to make the user like fish through a bunch of links. How does this tree look, actually? We need to get more detail on this. Okay, so I'm about there. I just need to bring these down a little bit more because there's a pretty clear place where like the branches don't show up. So yeah. Oh yeah, also, a weird thing that happened to me last night was I felt nostalgic because I felt like garbage when I was going to sleep. Like, I think I had a fever, because I was just hot and cold at the same time, and it felt nostalgic. I haven't been sick in so long. I think the last time I actually had a fever was, like, 2022 or something. Let's see, we're getting close-ish. We're almost there. Admittedly, I think I'm alternating too regularly, but I don't think the player's gonna notice that much. Maybe a real olive tree expert, a real olive tree lover is gonna come in and see like the branches are disappointingly regular in their placement. And they'll realize all of the twigs are the same across all of the trees, and they'll be so disappointed. Why didn't I model the varying states of flowering? Because they don't all flower at exactly the same time. Some of them won't have fruit yet. You fool. These dang lazy devs, not even considering the variation in bloom time for the olive trees in the farm. But alright, how close are we? I'd say closer. I think I'm gonna have a few sporadic little bits up here, but then it's gonna kind of be a bit more barren down here. I'd say like one more here and one more like here, and then scale some of them up. Scale some of them down. Beautiful. Bring this into our game engine. See him live. Oh yeah, I forgot. The one last medium olive tree is going to be the real stumpy one. I love the real stumpy one. It's like a downright olive orchard. Hopefully the overdraw does not, like, murder the frame rate on people's computers. Because I know, for example, mobile hardware does not play nicely with alpha-tested textures. So, like, all of these alpha-clipped leaves, for example, it'd be better to use a slightly higher poly mesh and just, like, try to get the same detail in, like, full geometry. But we're not making a game for mobile, so my life is easier. Oh, you know, someone pointed out that MSAA doesn't work on textures, and I'm seeing that really prominently here, where, like, there's pixelation at the edges of the things. I wonder how I'd fix that. Then we got the big tree. Got the the Grand Poobah tree. Okay. Last and least. The real funked up stumpy tree. And I've been thinking, what is the significance of trees in this game? Because there's a lot of trees, and I just like making trees. So I should probably figure out, like, what does it say? What does the tree say? You know, because trees often represent sort of, like, legacy, I'd say. Or, like, forward thinking, the future and the past. Hang on, I'm gonna mark this as the root, because it feels wrong that the root is, like, the endmost point. Yeah, because, like, I was talking about before, like, I've been imagining how people would talk about the big tree. That if it's really been here for, like, 1,000 years, then it survived numerous wars, numerous, like, empires that have come and gone. And so it obviously have, like, a great deal of importance to them. Or at least I couldn't imagine it wouldn't have, you know, importance. And what does that say about the, like, really big tree? You know, the tree tower. How long has that been there? How many, like worlds has that seen come and go? And what do people think about that? And that's kind of it. I think that's kind of all we need, basically. I think, honestly, the main thing I'd want... Oh, yeah, let's put a decimate. Yeah, that's about good. So this is... What is this? Tree, olive, medium 3, collision. Data, material, placeholder. Yeah, so I've been thinking about, like, you know, because there's also the tree that I made a while ago that's no longer in the game, the lesser tree that was chopped down, and it was filled with like a black sap that completely flooded or like pooled everywhere. Because the fictional religion in the game, they worship the tree, like the tree tower. And so there's obviously multiple religious significance. And then also olives are in the Quran as being like a blessed fruit. So there's there's tons of religions actually that have religious significance for olive trees. Well, I guess tons. I mean, Christianity and Islam, at least I know. And by weight, that is quite a lot of religion. But okay, I think these should be smaller. I'd say 0.7. And I kind of like the even stumpier look that gives it. And we don't need to like analyze this. We can just like append our thing. And I think this will be the only one where I bend the... Actually, do I want to bend it? Do I want to bother? I'll just add a couple of these. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, like... Actually... Get this. Shift-D instead of Alt-D. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a material preview. Let's get a bunch of these. Yeah, I'll think about trees more, because it also would be nice to have trees be like thematically significant, since they're just quite nice to climb on. They're fun platforming, and they work well with the moveset. Actually, I think all of these, or most of these, actually. Let's get this one and this one. Bring them further in. There we go. Okay. See, I said I was gonna do some fancy stuff, and then I did not. But let's just plop some more branches down. And I could do, I think what I can do is like a Control L, link object data. And that should make it so they all have the same mesh. So if I did like this, they all have some meshes that come in. Yeah. And also... that. There we go. Okay. Thankfully, these olives are all of these trees were much easier to make. I was worried it'd take like a day for each tree, but as long as you don't do very much work, it's pretty easy. But okay, let's see how this feels in the game. Mostly to pat myself on the back for like implementing yet another tree. And then we'll do just like a few saplings, or like a few like smaller trees. I think they're actually still a little too big, probably. Yeah, because like these ones, yeah, they're still too big. So we need to do probably S. Let's do 3D cursor S.8. Apply a scale. Scale. Apply. Okay, so now all of these should have... Oh, look at that. Okay. I think it worked. And then we come back in. Okay, now I think they're about right. It's funny, I did not realize that sitting and standing up saves a checkpoint. See, anything else that we want to have for this tree? I think it's kind of it. Does what it needs to do. It's still a little tall, but I could just push it into the ground. And then I think for this one, it would be nice to have since we have the ambient occlusion shader. Actually, I could probably just select all of the, hang on, file, open recent, big one. Shift G, select similar, vertex crease. Oh wait. G, sharpness, vertex paint. Do a little less blue in this area. How do I do this actually? Isn't it like Shift K? So if we go to solid. I'll just do it like this. We'll just cover it in piss basically. And then we can also do a little bit down here of like this. Oh, I did? Let's see. Edit. Settings. Thank you. Let's see. Stream output 1800 kilobits a second. I think... What if I increase this to like 2400? I'm actually not sure what kilobits I need, but I'll apply this. I don't know if that's going to apply live. Actually, let's make this a bit lower. This is going to be our ambient occlusion for down here. Yeah, this should fiddle with the shading a smidge. And then I can eventually go into, like, where all of the branches are and do even more, like, ambient occlusion. Let's see how this looks. It should be very subtle, yes. We can see it's very subtly darker in these corners, adding a bit more contour. Actually, I'm surprised how nice this looks. It looks just like what I wanted it to look like. Thank you, Godot. Okay. So yeah, nothing crazy with that, but it does add just a little bit more dimension to it. And eventually I'll even make the physics work. But until then, I guess that's good enough for medium trees. Let's do small ones. Oh, the Twitch recommendation is 6,000 bitrate. Okay. Or 3,000. Okay. You know what? Let's see. If I can edit this in real time, I might as well. Output. Let's do video bitrate. Let's go up to 4,500. Because yeah, we got gigabit Ethernet here. I can afford to spare some bits. Okay. I should stop, like, patting myself on the back for the tree, and let's make another tree. We'll speedrun these guys. So we need a subdivision, then a skin, then a subsurface, or subdivision, then a decimate. Smooth it. Triangulate with 0.25. What I need is Alt-Z. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so what does a young olive tree look like? I see one here that's basically 2. I think that'd be good. We just basically have like a, oh wait. Like this, basically. Do I want this to do much more? I guess not too much. Tree, olive, small one. Oop. Collision. Oh, and I should probably figure out, so this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meters tall. I think it needs to be like pretty short. Oh, individual origins. Oh wait, no, Control A is what I want. Let's do something that does not break the geometry down here. There we go. That's what trees look like. So, tree, olive, small one. And then append I guess just that. Surface face. There we go. Oh, right. Center. Okay, here we are. So what does this tree look like in the distance? I guess I should probably have maybe a branch that like goes in between the two. So that way I can have like some branches that are like, you know, basically make it look like one solid mass rather than like two distinct branches. I've been having a lot of fun with this modeling because I think I should just do more of it. Because I said a long time ago that I was gonna like just focus on making places that are interesting to explore and climb around on, and then I didn't do that. And so I think I just have to, like, you know, think about making places that look cool and that players want to explore around on. Because one of the big things that I feel in other games that I don't actually feel that often in my game is just like, oh, that looks neat. I want to climb on that. I wish I could, like, I wish this game had climbing mechanics so that I could just go on this cool rock. So it's something called a skin modifier, which is super useful. Let's see. Yeah, because it basically just turns little vertices here into the actual proper thing. And then I have two subdivisions, one for the line itself to make the line smooth, so that's this one, and then another to make the thing smooth. So basically turn a square into a circle. And then last but not least, to decimate, to just make it consume less resources. Hang on. Yeah, like that. Let's fix this part, though. How would I fix this part? I think what I do, actually. There. So that is, in Blender, you can do Control-A on an individual vertex. And that basically that does that. I don't even know what it means, but I think it's just specifically for the skin modifier. Oh, now I've fiddled with the branches after putting the little ones. Beginner mistake, rookie mistake. Ah well. Thankfully these trees are so much easier than the other ones. The big tree I wound up actually properly sculpting. It took like 8 hours to get all of it. Do I want much more? Oh, I forgot here. Hang on. So can I fix this in a way to make it, like, good? Maybe I bring this up a bit? Okay, yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forget where I learned it, but yeah, it's a super useful thing, especially for just making trees like this, because, you know, this tree was like 30 seconds. It used to be a nightmare to model trees. But okay, how does this bad boy look? I'll say, put one more branch here, and then I'll call it good. Because we got a couple more trees to make. And then I need to actually lay out the olive tree. Our olive garden. Oh wait, I haven't even exported. Remember export settings, data, material, placeholder. Yeah. Oh wait. There we are. And then come into here. And I'll just plonk some more beautiful trees around. See how the scale is. Okay, yeah. These are about as big as I wanted them to be. Yeah. Look at that. Just some nice little trees. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny how so many like a game can cost so much money, but I guess it's just spreading themselves so thin. Because admittedly, this game has been in development for like 3 years, and I'm still I'm in like one city. Oh, wait. The trees aren't even in the ground. Yeah, if I am just gonna... Because I'm also just focusing on this little area, so I want to make it as good as possible. I'm still very happy with that tree. But okay, once we get these small trees, like, in the ground, like proper trees should be, then... See, now it looks like a tree is supposed to. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big difference between an amateur artist and a professional artist is a professional artist can make good enough work on a deadline. And the amateur artist takes as long as he wants to make the best art possible. And it'll never get done. But there's something to that as well, like project cars and things like that, where you basically just enjoy working on the thing enough to just keep doing it. Save that. Now I'm cranking these out like a machine. Skin. Subdivision. Decimate. let's see. So what is my next small tree going to look like? Let's look up like a young olive tree. Maybe not too young, because I know they take like a few years to, wait, where'd this go? There we go. Because if I have to make it, I'd have to make a unique texture for olive trees that don't bear fruit. That's actually an interesting idea, just for the, just for all the trees in general, to have slightly different colors for them. Think on that as well. Okay, I'd specifically have to basically, I drew some fruits in the texture, and if I want to be really accurate, olive trees don't grow fruits until they're a couple years old, so I'd have to make a new texture without the fruit. But I think I'll just make them old enough that they all have fruits. Let's shrink this down to about here. Yeah, that seems about right. So this is going to be... How tall is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 meters? Let's do olive branch collision. No, wait, no, not olive branch. Tree, olive, small 2. Then export, what should I do? Oh wait, no, I'm appending our little branch. The center goes to the face, so that way I can just grab these and move them around real easy. And now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should have figured out if I want to make the leaves move before I did this. But it won't be that bad. Basically, I'll have to go through each file and like edit the these vertex colors, I think, to make it do what I want it to do. Yeah, I wonder if I could do the randomized vertex colors or randomized branch colors. I could definitely do that with a per instance uniform, I'm pretty sure. And then it's just a matter of deciding how to color them. If there should be some sort of position, I know, noise that varies very slowly over position. So that way, branches that are really close to each other will have similar colors, but not too similar. And then I don't need to sweat like a specific pattern otherwise. And then go just from a little bit more blue to a little bit more yellow, because the flowers are meant to be white. So you wouldn't want to change them too much. Actually, the branches tend to be on the upward facing side of the tree. Oop. All right, there we go. All right. Admittedly, this tree is pretty similar to the others, but I guess they are all like the same species of tree, so that makes sense. There's only so many variations of the same type of tree that I can have. Ah, true. And plus, if these are, because these are only used for, or this shader is almost primarily used for plants. So I could just make a specific plant shader. Do I want the underside of this branch to be mostly bare? I guess I do. I think that feels right. And then we'll have more stuff in here on this side. And then we'll ignore this messed up geometry in here. We'll just cover it with more branches. Nobody will know. Well, hi, welcome back. I'm making tree number, what is this, 6? Actually, that makes sense, especially for this one, I think. Actually, I'm gonna... Let's see, I guess I won't fiddle with it. I guess I'll fiddle with it. Yeah, because I'm gonna get, I think about 7, I think this is gonna be, or there's gonna be the one big tree, then 3 medium trees, and then 3 small trees. So this is our second small tree, second to last tree we need. And I kind of like having the big bare area here. It creates an interesting, like, silhouette. So you know what? I'll say that's a good little tree. All right, export this guy. Alright, so new inherited scene. Put this farm all the way over here. And then eventually I'll even figure out like what I want to do with the trees, or what I want to do with the layout of this area. Because I want it to be kind of an organic shape of like circular and stuff, but I don't want it to be like the trees are just placed at random. Sorry, so scale check. Admittedly, there's not much difference between the medium and small trees. Oh, wait. Well, I guess, yeah, okay. And these are distinct enough. I do think... Was there a frame rate issue when I stepped on this tree? I think these might be getting more and more dense polygons. I don't see any issues. Well... Yeah, I guess it's fine. Okay, we have a lovely little selection of olive trees. Let's figure out what I want to do for the last one. I always forget how this one works. Subdivision, skin, subdivision, decimate. Then smooth shading and 0.25. Oh, there we go. So I want maybe just a real simple one. Maybe just one that's only a few years past the like fruiting stage. Yeah, let's do that. So it'll just be like, maybe like 4 meters tall. This is another of our like famous last and least. There we go. Maybe I want a full-on 3 branches. Very unique. Tree, olive, small 3, collision. Oop. Let's do, I guess mainly this one. I want thinned out. And this one as well. Okay. There we are. Oh wait, no, face here. There we go. It's nice how this work gets easier the more that I do it. Because I have more and more pieces that I can work with and more familiarity with, like, the tools that I'm using. I mean, I guess that's how things work in general. I guess I don't feel that much with coding, though, just because I tend to do more and more complicated things as I get more experienced. But alright, let's make this pretty dense, I think. Because the one that I was looking at most was this one. It just kind of goes into a dense little... Well, I guess it's completely different than that one. Ah, well. We'll just make this a dense little shrub. Yeah. Yeah, I've been meaning to play more Factario, but it is sort of like almost the identical muscles of like game development or like software development. And so I wind up feeling like, well, maybe I should be doing one of the like numerous projects that I've started and have been putting off. But I think that's not really the right mindset for like creative games. Because they don't really like take energy from you, they just give energy. Yeah, because I think in the end, games like Factorial do more to like encourage people to get into things like programming than they would like take energy away from it. Oh, wait, I forgot to randomize the positions in like scales, or randomize the like rotation and scale of the little indices or bushes on the other one. The what have you, the branches as they say. Alright, this looks like a nice little tree. Let's just get some random ones. Make this individual origins, so that way I can rotate them. Oop. And then squat some of them down. So that way there's even more variation within the tree. Let's see, material, placeholder. Oh, I see. Oh, because I didn't put these as children of it. Well, I want to do that. Because otherwise, this won't be right. Oh wait, did it not save my... Oh, it didn't. Okay, new inherited. You know, I've never had spaghetti on toast. Actually, I guess garlic bread kinda counts. Alright, so now we need our final tree. Okay, this little guy is perfectly in the bunch. Oh, I'm... Okay, there we go. I was pressing like Alt-D and Shift-D. I think actually, I disagree with this branch being so close to the ground. Oop. Yeah, it is definitely carbs on carbs. Yeah, it's quite good though. Okay, yeah, this is our little branch. Yeah, I don't see any like egregious frame rate drops as we climb on this thing. Even though it is slightly denser polygons than the big tree. Now my mind is racing. What's the layout of this place? What do we want for this? In fact, what do we want for this entire plot? Like, should it go all the way up to here? I think I was considering that as the plan. But I might do... I was also thinking of putting a cricket field in here, because I thought that'd be fun. So we'll have to decide now. Will they have leisure, or will they have olives? Let's see, I wish this was like, hang on. How do I unselect? There we go. I did admittedly have this exact, image, like right in here. Yeah, because I decided this, but I think it would make more sense to put this down here, because we can always compress things, because I think this is big enough that I could count it as like an orchard, even though it would be quite small in real life. But okay, let's get my things. My tablet. So I'm thinking the main thing is going to be a little circle around the tree here. And we would probably definitely have, as I had before, a road here. And then I think it would come around like this. So we'd have it go up there. Yeah. I mean, that's literally what I'm fixing now. We don't need to oh well until it's done. Yeah, I'm thinking, let's look at olive orchards. Because I'm seeing it's typically just straight on, like, straight on rows and rows of trees, so we could just have that, like, so we have our house here. Do I have any strong opinions about the layout of this plot? Mm-hmm. And actually, that is a good point, a well. Because they do have to water the trees regularly. So I'm thinking we have something here. So it's almost like this little area will be almost just as much as a, like, tourist area as it is a actual, like, tree that they still farm. You know, because then they'll just have rows and rows of trees all around it. I don't want to make another wall, so I'll just leave this, but I think I will remove this building. So let's go to, where do we go to? Environment chunks, Crab Hill. Oh yeah, we can also eventually delete, like, all of these. In fact, can I delete these here? Yeah, that tree, so given the size of it, it'd be at least 1,000 years old. So that's been my theory as to how big it is, or how old it is. Yeah, so let's get these out of here. Let's also get this a little bit better looking, because I don't like how tall this wall is, so we can fix that as well. Wait, I want this vertex. I don't think I really need these. Yeah, this is fine. And then here will be where the entrance is eventually, so I'll just put, like, faces here. Actually, where in... So do I want to place these in Blender? I think I do, actually. Get all of these. Because I have a super secret power. Okay, so what's this going to be called? This is going to be... Actually, let's add a... let's add an empty here. This will be like Orchard 1. And we'll put this wall attached to it. And that way I can now organize my things accordingly in this building as well. So link to the past. There we go. So this is going to be called plants, $, tree, olive, big one. And if I remember correctly, aha, it did work. Wait, no, it didn't. Because this does not have the correct script. Where is that? Tools, scripts, scene import chunk. Almost. So this thing is actually supposed to be replaced. Why is it not replaced? Tree, olive. Oh, because it's called big _1. Because, yeah, it should replace the tree. I mean, it's supposed to. What am I doing different? Because it should have no such entity, entities/environment/plant/tree olive big. Oh, because we don't have. Okay. It's because now it has the underscore here. Hang on. We need tree olive. So we need to have no. Let's see. We need to rename this. Because basically the way this filter does things is it removes a suffix that is an underscore with a number. There we go. Okay, so I just need to rename these. Yeah, I figured this feature would be useful, because then I can, like, just make prefabs and place them all in Blender and don't have to worry about, like, coordinating between things that are good in Blender and things that are good in Godot. Yeah, so I think what I would like here is probably a circle. And actually, we should probably have these be like, this. And then we can, like, fiddle with this to make it, like, old and ancient and decrepit. It's ye olde, stonework. I want this to be a bit higher. I guess I do. And then we just grab, like, this here. Smooth. Oh wait, right, now it shows, like, the wrong things. Alright, so this is gonna be, like, free wall collision. Bevel. There we go. And then maybe even a decimate. But that'd probably just decimate the things that I don't want to decimate. But we can do hardened normals. Which, actually, do I want that? Maybe. I don't actually know exactly what I want with this. But I think this is an okay start here. Also, we don't need auto smooth here. We can just do that. There we go. How's this? I guess that's what I want. Maybe we move the tree so it lines up with the door. Okay, now we need to link to everybody. So this was plants, free, olive, medium 1. Medium 2. And I wish Godot had more special characters, because I'd like to have even more options for you know, adding colons or things, but all of the rest of the numbers, or all of the rest of them are replaced with underscores, so it's hard to tell what's actually what. Okay, and then plants, free, olive, medium 3. Plants, free, olive, small 1. Yeah, that makes sense. Have an underscore and then the tag and then an underscore. Free, olive, small 3. Okay, now we have all of our beautiful trees in here. And so now I just need to figure out, where do I want to put them? Because as I said, my plant... Oh, what did I do? Oh, I see. I don't see, actually. Let's add a material to this, so that way I can, see what's happening. There we go. So now what I'm going to do is just 2, 8, And I'll just sort of like move these in a kind of regular fashion. Selection to cursor. Because thankfully this is all aligned with the grid. Well, actually, I think it's not quite. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, 2, 8. There we go. So yeah, the big question is, how well will these align with the ground here? The answer seems to be not very well. Yeah, so I'm seeing, what am I seeing? I'm not sure exactly. But I'll just align these all with a grid, and we'll have him like, or I'll feel out the space here. And then I'll like rotate things, randomly offset them, stuff like that. Nope. Oh, I see. Alt D is what I meant to do. There we go. Yeah, big thing I'm seeing here. This could be further down, and then this, I think, belongs right up here. Now, we're getting some olive trees. We're getting a little orchard here. I don't know how far olive trees have to be apart from each other, but I'll just assume that I'm doing it correctly. And we have the perfect olive planting music. In fact, let's raise it up a bit. Because we are listening to Preludes by Loaf Bread. And as we all know, this is the song of planting an olive orchard. Let's get... I want these to be a bit more spaced properly. I'll have to square them up a bit better. Alright. I'm envisioning, in my beautiful mind palace, 3 more rows of trees. Yeah, I should eventually put a, like, now playing thing on the stream, but I don't know how to do that, and I don't want to figure it out, and I don't want to put any work into it. Let's do this. There we are. Yeah, definitely the next step here. Oh wait, let's put these a bit more aligned with this one. Yeah, this grid is not very regular. I think this area might be a bit congested, so let's just move these trees a bit more apart. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you later. Oh, I see. We only have space for one tree. Or two trees. Oh. There we go. This is what we need. I think one more row here. So how do we do this? I think we get a row going this way. There we are. You can see all of our wonderful complexity. And probably none right next to the home, so we'll have one like, probably one here on the grid, and then one here on the grid, and then none here. Alright, these are just like not correct. There we go. I think we do one more tree. Oh, and then actually another partial row, or two partial rows. I think one here, or we just have this row here. That makes sense, actually. We should definitely make sure the trees are not like floating and like intersecting the ground and all that stuff. What do I actually want for the wall around this place? I'm not sure. Okay, I think this is relatively aligned, and then get these three. I'm just realizing this is three of the exact same tree. Well, two of the same tree, and then... Okay. I think this one we swap with this one. And then we will grab some of these trees at random. I think these trees are too close to the boundary. And that means these trees should come up a little bit, or a bit more. These trees come up a bit more. Then we have our path. Okay, I want to see this in action. So get this material. And then that. Okay, so how does our little olive garden feel? I think the trees could be more dense. I'm also seeing the frame rate does not handle looking in these directions very well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to test merging the vertices together. And then what I might test is disabling shadow casting on, well, what I still want is the ability to make it so that objects don't cast shadows on certain cascades of the cascade map. Like, because even the most distant objects cast shadows, even when they're barely visible. Because I only want that for, like, the biggest objects. How would I do that in a... I'm trying to think if I could have, like, two cascading shadow maps. One for close objects, one for distant objects. Yeah, I can feel the frames. You can see the frames dying. So yeah, let's look at our monitors. It would be total objects, total primitives, total draw calls, 21,000 draw calls. So I don't think we're getting the batching that I was hoping I would be getting. How do I fix that? Let's keep these in mind. Because the next thing to do would be to, trying to think, what do I want to do before I do this? Like, do I want to add, like, ambient occlusion to the leaves? That could be cool, actually. I wonder if this shader actually has the ambient occlusion blue channel. It does, yeah, okay. And then we have the red channel, and then the green channel should eventually be for, like, wind. And so I can set that up as, like, my last act. So let's go back down to the big tree. Actually, let's, like, commit this stuff. I just realized I haven't even saved any of this. Cool. Let's see. Oh. More trees. All right. Then our last things. Let's do... hide this, because we're going to do, like, green. Actually, hang on. Now the music's a lot louder, because we switched to a new album. Okay. Vertex paint will eventually be what I want. But until then... let's do material preview. So I think here... Actually, I think here I get this one. And then something here. Here? Okay. So I'm basically getting all of the vertices that connect to this little bit. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to vertex paint. I'm going to make the green channel 0 and the blue channel a little bit less. And so now these should be, I mean, it should have been, hang on. What if we did attribute? Is that going to be object? No. Let's do also... Oh, I guess we have to have... Hang on. This whole thing should have no green channel. So, like, go back to vertex paint, but we set the blue channel here. I hope I can figure out, like, how to see the attributes. But until then, vertex paint. Lower the blue a little bit. There we go. Is this even working? I don't think this is doing anything. No, I'm just an idiot. Okay. That was doing... What is the button to fill in the colors in a selection? Did they change it? Did they change how it works? Blender. Fill in vertex paints. So like, is there just like a fill shortcut? Set vertex color. So it should be paint set Control X. They're delusional for thinking that that's like a thing that I was gonna like understand. But okay, we actually need to get this little bit, this little bit here. Vertex paint. Go back up to green. That was the wrong color. Green, blue, we need no green. There we go. Do I want... I guess this is what I want. Just... Actually, I think we need to get the edge on all of these whenever there's an edge to select like this. Because basically the edge means that it does not move. Okay, but we do red, green, a little less blue. There we go. And I'm seeing some of these don't seem to have it. Yeah, now... Wait, I'm going the wrong thing. God damn it. What is it now? Oh wait, no, I'm in vertex paint. Yeah, because they have the cut and delete as the same thing. But okay. So now if we go back out, let's see how this looks in the tree. Okay, and that makes these a little darker. So we have a bit more variation in color. And it's pretty subtle. Actually, is it pretty subtle? I can't tell. Oh, I think this is because the normal... Okay, no, this is just because the environment makes it so that when you're at the bottom, it's darker, as you might imagine. But okay, now what I can do is get all of these. Actually, let's do this object by object first, and then I'll merge them all together in like a separate PR. Or like a separate commit. But okay. Medium 1. So now I actually understand how to do this. So like do this, Control X, which makes sense because that's a normal thing to do. Oh wait, there we go. Okay, and that actually works. A little bit less. Okay, so I think that's all of them. Solid. So here we do, I guess, just this exact thing. Oh, no, Control X, of course. Silly me. Very intuitive shortcut that has no other meaning. Wait. What am I looking for? There we go. So now we can slowly go through each of these. And we can just see that the branches are a little darker. And it'll be beautiful. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Okay, and then a little bit less of this. I guess this is about maybe like this. All right, Control. I keep forgetting Control X. It's just not the right shortcut. But okay. I think this is almost all that I need. Okay. Solid, vertex paint. Beautiful. Actually, wait. This should do attribute, right? Okay, there we go. Now it shows, it makes sure that all of these work. Yeah, this is why I should have linked these instead of appending them. Vertex paint? No, yeah, vertex paint solid. No, I keep forgetting. No. There we go. That's correct, and then... How many trees do I have left after this? 3? That's not too bad. And I hope that I can... I'll just have to figure out how to make the shader work if this isn't actually if this isn't actually enough. Because I think it will be. It'll basically do a little deformation based on like the player's position, I think, and then like the local, or like a random noise, the local axes, coordinates or whatever, and the green channel. The green channel is going to be our like custom shader channel, because red is for subsurface scattering, and blue is for ambient occlusion. And now we go to attribute. There we are. Oh wait, hang on. I see some of them do not have. Wait, why is this not, why does this not have? Oh. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get basically all of these, and then get this, link their object data. There we go. Now we have them all properly working. Oh yeah, because I was doing like a Shift D for some reason for this one. I was like, oh, I'm gonna make each little branch unique, and it's like, that's stupid. It's a waste of time. Okay. And then once we get all of these working exactly how I want them, I will then merge them together. Or I feel like I could do a multi-mesh. I'll just check. I'll just see. I'll merge them together and see how the performance is. And then if it doesn't actually improve things significantly, I'll undo it. Which ones do we need? Do we need this one? I don't think these are the right ones. This one? No. There we go. That's the correct one there. Actually, hang on. Do we have... Oh, okay. There's no backface culling on this one. That's good. Because yeah, I'm just trying to figure out... I don't care. We can figure it out by just seeing if this works on all of them. Yeah. Oh, what? Well, easy. There we go. Boom. That's what I needed. Okay. And now... What is this one? I think that's one that we needed, yeah. Okay, that looks good. And I think almost all. Okay. Vertex paint, solid, Control X. Huh. It feels like some of these... Bring this one up to white. And then bring it back down to as it should be. Okay. And then the last tree. Ooh, okay. Attribute. Object mode. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, completely delusional that they decided that Control X was the right shortcut here. But I'm just a critic. My only choice now is to make my own Blender, to make my own 3D modeling software that has Shift-K as the shortcut for setting the color of vertices. I guess I could just change the option. Okay, anything else that we're missing? This one. This one. Okay, that looks good. Solid. Aha, I was missing one. But which one? Ah. Okay. And that does everybody there? Great, perfect. Okay. Small 3 does not have its settings properly. Remember export settings, data, material, placeholder. Yeah. So these should just be subtly different. But there will be no improvement to performance until we do the merging. Okay. That looks good so far. Let's commit that. Vertex colors. Commit before branch merging. Oh. And we don't really need to commit the other project. So yeah, let's get all of our tiny branch. Control J. Boom. So yeah, the real question is, does this actually improve performance? Oh yeah, now it's actually a good idea that I didn't have the branches all as one mesh or linked together, because then if I merge them, they'd all mess up. Small one. Small two. And small three. And I think that... Oh, small three's already done, of course. And then if I need to do anything, if I really need to change something, I could check out this branch. I could search for that branch, check out all of the vertices and stuff. Or like, yeah, check out that branch for those meshes, and then edit all of those little instances, and then merge them back together. Hang on, while this is doing stuff, I'm going to turn on my lamp. Wait, shit, I just realized that oh wait, no. Summer solstice is when it's the brightest. I thought for a second that spring, like March 21st, was the brightest day of the year, because I was like, huh, it feels like it's getting darker than it usually is at 8:41. I was like, oh, well, that means it's just because it's getting darker. And it's like, that would be fucking horrible. You know, it's, you know, the winter solstice is in December, and then the summer solstice is in March. And then for the entire rest of the year, it's just getting darker. 9 months of winter. But okay, we got the trees. Let's say they're probably done. I'd like a well. I'd like goat. I'd like grass. It's gonna be a while for these. I wonder if the goat should use the outfit randomizer. I mean, they don't really need it. I could just use a bespoke solution for, like, different textures. Do I want to... And also, I should probably consider, like, do I want to go through the effort of making goats? Man, it's taking a while here. Like, I guess it's probably because there's so many meshes that are now missing. So it's gonna have to figure out, like, how to deal with that. Yeah, close that. This will be done eventually. I suspect it'll be done eventually. My hands hurt. Too much work on these delicate little digits. Okay, is this gonna be like... Is this gonna be... I'm just gonna kill Godot. It'll figure out what it needs to do. Yeah, then get status, get commit am merged vertices or merged tree branches. Yeah, Godot was smoking crack. It was easy. Look at that. Look at how easy it was. We don't even need that. Who cares? Why is this small 2 not right? Okay, olive. Get all the trees. And get small 2, put that on the phone. He has a lot to answer to. Olive 2, are you just not exporting? What a sin. Oh, there we go. Okay. Remember settings. Remember who you are. Placeholder. Yeah, because I forgot. Blender does not like to save when I do things like that, but okay. There we go. So now hopefully it doesn't like freak out. And we should see if this actually improves the rendering performance. Because if it doesn't, then I'll be sad. Okay, yeah, that works way better. That works so much better. There are a lot of, like, complaints in Godot, but I'm gonna ignore those. We're just gonna see... Okay, now we're down to... Yeah, we are down quite a lot in draw calls. But we are up to... Well, 1.2 million vertices actually is not that bad for our area. Because we were up to, in Godot 3, it was like 8 million. Yeah, now the main problem is the fact that the trees get so sparse when we're far away, but I'm going to save that for later, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a thing in Godot's image importer. Like a custom bitmap generator. And I think it'll do some sort of algorithm for that. I read an article where you can actually just make it generate the correct alpha for each bitmap, because basically that's what's happening, where like as it blurs the image, it blurs the alpha, but the alpha should not be blurred as just like an average of the pixels, because then it gets less and less dense as we get further away. The pyramid in the distance is very like the thing that is like a thing that you should look at. And that's very good design on my part. Good job, me. But okay, and let's see if this area, like, let's see if this thing wigs out. This whole little wall here. Nope, seems to work reliably. Jackie is looking like shit. I think I have to make the sleeping variable, like, less dramatic, but I'm gonna ignore that for the time being. Let's see what this is. What happened here? Oh, we don't care. None of that matters. Go to the farm. Get this. Put it in Sirti. There we go. So yeah, next steps. I think I'm gonna do... I'd like to do, I think, grass and decals. And maybe painting some green onto this area. Yeah, I think the real question is gonna be, how do I want to do the grass? Does Jackie get tired faster or something? Her eyes seem so dark all the time. I just need some UI for that, like, number. You know, maybe like you click in the stick, it should tell you like the time of day, whether Jackie's tired, whether she's eaten enough. Etc, etc. What is it complaining about now? Olive tree medium? We have all of these, don't we? Like, we have this. It's fine. It's fine, Godot. It's the thing. It's the thing. None of them matter. Like, save all scenes. Close all tabs. Git, commit, or a amend. Okay. Hi, welcome to the stream. I am merging 3 branches to improve performance. And let's see, I think that our next step will be grass. So I'll have to figure out what I want to do for the grass. How do I want to paint the grass? And actually, do I want decals around? I guess I'll be fine with this for now. Eventually I'll paint the like texture of the ground to be more grass stuff. So basically, I had these little branches on these trees, and they were all separate meshes. Because I figured Godot could like batch them together, but it turns out it's much faster to just merge them. So we went from like something like 21,000 draw calls to like 800, which basically means game goes faster. Yeah, so now the game doesn't even lag horribly when I look at the trees. Let's see if I can actually climb into the tree. Not quite. There we go. I'll sit in my little hidey hole. Why are the stats on the right showing up constantly? Have those always been there? Huh. Now they disappear. I don't get it. I didn't use multi-meshes? I wanted to, but it's pretty inconvenient to set them up. Because you have to like manually... You have to like use a script or something to figure out where all the things go, and then I can't just like import it from Blender, I have to do something weird. It'd probably be a little faster, but... C'est la vie. I should figure that out though, because it will be good in the future when I have like chunks that are like separate things. Actually, how would I do that? I'll think on that. So why are these warnings showing up still? So they're only showing up, okay, they're only showing up for small 3. But why? Tree blinking. Is that the leaves getting less detailed as you go further away, or is that something else? Because yeah, I'm thinking about how I'm gonna fix this. But I don't want to do it right now. I want to do other things. Oh, the light's blinking on the tree leaves. Yeah, that's another thing where basically I have the sun smoothly rotate. I just gotta make it not smoothly rotate. I used to have it, but I thought that Godot 4's shadows were gonna be better, but they're not that much better. But okay, what am I looking for? We need to get terrain on. And I'm gonna say, how am I gonna chunk up the grass? I think probably in active entities. I will put a multi... Do I have grass as a thing? How did I do grass on these? I use the directional shadow, but I don't have much... there's an effect called pancake effect that they use, but it doesn't work very well because I want that tower to cast shadows on here in the evening. But also, I wonder if the shadows could be higher res, because I felt like they were at one point. Now they're not. Is this my thing? Decals? Decals mesh, that's what I call it. So isn't this like a grass? Didn't I have like grass as a thing here? 0.1 to 100. Let's get this. .001. Okay. Scale min, scale max. Let's do scale min as like... Oh, no. I can keep that as it is for now. So isn't there something to do with grass here? Okay, yeah. Where do we set grass? Grass equals multimesh.use custom data. New multi-mesh, transforms, use colors and custom data, and we need our grass mesh. So the mesh, and then the material should be this one. And then I think this should just work. Let's make this radius bigger. Boom. The radius doesn't seem to be quite right. And the position, well, the positions are actually okay. I think the color is off. Open mesh, don't override material. Is there a reason to do it that way? So I'm assuming you're talking about putting the material on the mesh itself? Because the main downside of that is then every time I re-import the mesh, it deletes the material. At least that's what I've seen. See, I think these aren't quite right. Is it because this ambient occlusion here? Aha. So I should get this ambient occlusion. So yeah, speak of the devil, I need to actually get this grass one. Environment plants grass 1. Because, yeah, I need to change how this bad boy works. Which is, attribute. Yeah, here, I need to What do I do? How do I add blue to the vertices? If I go to vertex paint, can I do an add? I can do an add. Okay, nice. That makes my life easy because I just need to add blue to all of these to remove that shadow. How do I spawn the multi-mesh? I have a custom script that I made. So I'm also going to do object mode smooth. But yeah, basically my decals mesh is a tool that when we, let's see, what does this do exactly? How does this work? Somewhere in here is the plugin. Object placer, plugin. Yeah, okay. I have a little editor plugin so that when I start editing, I can click the button and then add stuff. And also, let's go to grass and let's change the world. Actions, save mesh paths. Because now we're not going to use the old and busted grass. We're going to do the new cool grass. There we go. Crab Hill Farms. Benchmark. Right, this one takes a little bit to render. There we go. Actually, more just the shaders compiling than anything. Okay, so we get our grass. Somewhere in here, grass. And here, this one. Why do I even have this scene? Do I use this anywhere? There we go. So now we can come back to here, bring back our beautiful preview terrain. I don't think these look very good, but I'll ignore that for now. And I'll ignore the fact that they spawn in the wrong... Oh wait, no. I don't have to ignore the fact that they spawn in the wrong place. Because I can just set... Isn't there some sort of group? Yeah, I think I can do terrain. And now it spawns on the terrain, but not the wall. Actually, I'm surprised that I had set that up already. But okay, let's just spawn a billion grasses. And then I'll see if I actually want to do something better. Because I might also have like a system to like divide the grass multi-mesh into like little multi-meshes. And also I don't know if I want to have so much grass everywhere. Just like painted crudely. Or maybe I want even more grass. I want like 1 billion multi-meshes. So yeah, the downside of this is that then it's very clearly like little bits that are spawned in. Multi-mesh on the top. I simply have no idea where you want me to look for, or actually what you want me to look for, I guess. So what is the goal? Like, what am I looking for in this transform view multi-mesh? Okay, I know that there's something on the top. I just have no idea what you want me to look at or do, other than click something to view something. But okay, let's see if this... Oh. Okay. But okay, so this grass looks pretty bad because the texture, I think, is just not very good. Actually, isn't there... I just realized there's a subsurface color in this material. Yeah, this I want to be probably a, like, less saturated color. And then... How do I actually want the grass itself to look? Why is it so dark? Oh, you mean here. Populate... Okay, that's the thing. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I have my own thing, though, so I don't need that. Because this lets me just paint on it. And I had another one that gets the green channel of the mesh, but that one's not going to quite work because now this entire terrain is one big mesh right now. Which I'll have to fix soon, but it's been working, like functioning at least. Let's get less around each individual tree. Actually, why is this mesh like the wrong radius? So preview scale, spawn. I guess let's do divided by 2 here, or times 2. Because I think this is actually the correct radius. Yeah. I don't know why that changed, but... So here I'm going to remove grass around each tree as a show of power from the tree. And also, maybe grass around the walls, around the perimeter of the wall. But not up here, because that's too much. Or that's too dense. But here, though, the water would catch. And you get grass. And then here, probably not as much. A little bit here. And I'll keep this all contained to itself. Oh wait, wrong thing. My music died. Actually, I kind of want... I think grass in here would actually be correct. Alright. Actually, I'm not even sure if it's correct to have these like this, or to like remove the grass around the trees. Because I might want to have like taller grass that is further from the trees, and then short grass that's right, or like next to them. But I'll figure it out soon. And admittedly, I should probably have a better system for the grass overall, like the ability to like spawn it near the player, rather than just having like one big multi-mesh like in a little zone. But I don't care that much. Eventually we need more stuff anyway. Beautiful flowers and things. Alright. Yeah, I'll have to fix the shadows. I should probably do that now. And I should lighten the grass. Because, yeah, it doesn't look quite how I want it to. I think there's something off with the colors that it picks for the ground. Because basically, the grass is meant to smoothly blend in with the, with whatever material it's on, but it's not really doing that. And it clashes with the leaves. This super dark saturated thing. Let's see. I guess it'd just be one more. Let's see. No, debugger. Monitors. Oop. Yeah, that's fine. So draw calls, 554. Pretty low, actually. Let's get a good look. 855 if we're getting a better look at the whole thing. The real killer is there's a underground, like, bunker. There we go. Now we get a good look at this thing. 864. Yeah, pretty manageable. Let's see, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to fix the shadows instead. Let's keep those there. Because I think this... it's a start. I need more grass types. I need some pathing, or like decals for like dirt and rocks. Oh yeah, we need more rocks in here, definitely. And more little ruins. A pathway around. And I think actually... we'll have this be our beautiful pathway in. Should smatter some more grass in here. There we go. Okay, oh yeah. World environment. So yeah, we basically need to have the sun transform. I think there needs to be like a frame updater type thing. How do we do that actually? I guess the world itself could have a process. I think this... okay, so this would pause with the game, which makes sense. When we set the sun transform. I could, but I don't want to. I want to do my stuff. Alright, so let's do sun transform equals t. Oh, equals t. And then we'll have a function. Update sun position. See, so that should do those and those. Okay, let's have a frame timer. Export range. Yeah, thanks. We're gonna have like 1 to like 120 var frames per sun update. Actually, this is gonna be like 600. Or how much should this be? What exactly do I want here? 0 to like 6 or 7. So var per sun update equals not too difficult. There is actually a lot of juggling stuff here. Yeah, because basically I have to have the environment settings node has all of the properties of the sun. The real complicated part is the fact that the day-night cycle has to be overridden sometimes. Like, when you step inside a building, it has to change the ambient light and stuff. And so I have to have like a whole extra layer where basically the environment checks for these overrides. And only then it'll set the sun like visibility and stuff like that. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to have a function process delta. So like var sun update time equals 0, 0.0. It was a while. It does take... Actually, have I even gotten it right yet? It does take a lot of time, though. So sun update time plus equals delta if sun update time greater than... what is it called, actually? Seconds per sun update. Update sun position. Sun update time equals 0. So now basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to add here my sun update time. Or seconds per sun update. We'll start with, I think we'll start at 7. Yeah, it's tricky. Actually, let's go to the world. Because the one thing that I want is the sun itself. Or when the sun is setting. It should be in real time. Oh wait, this doesn't update the... Oh, I see. But okay, I think about here... I would have this change. So this here. And then, like, goes down to, like, 0. Actually, right about here. So it'll gradually speed up. I actually had this a while ago, so I have a good idea of what I want with this, but... Basically, sunrise and sunset, the sun should, like, smoothly move, just to emphasize the movement. So I think about here. It goes back, it's at 0, and then it goes back up to here. Alright, let's see if that feels right. Oh, does it? Oh, I just realized. We should actually have it start at infinity. So that way it always updates the sun at the first frame. There we go. And now it's not blinking so much because it takes 7 seconds for the sun to do its magic. Well, actually now it's more obvious when I'm moving. I know how to fix that. Go to the sun, make this not optimized, wherever that is. Isn't it like somewhere in here? Like there's like a depth thing? So what is pancake? Can I set this... What if I set this to 0? That doesn't fix that quite. I think there's now something with the, like, camera depth, but it's better. Yeah, let's see if the sun now properly rotates. Actually, I just realized, though, the big problem is going to be I want the light. How do I want this to be, actually? I think what it is I don't want this in here. We want this to be here. And then when we set sun transform, if sun ref equals t, and then we have here instead sun transform equals sun transform. Oh, sunref dot transform. And this way, the stars and the, like, actual visual sun, because eventually I need to put the mesh back. Oh, right. And now we have, on environment, what do we do now? On environment changed. Sun, where do we get the sun from? I see. Okay. So now the blinking isn't as bad, but there's still a bit of it because of the camera movement. So I wonder... So I'm seeing a little bit, I'm seeing subtle movement. So it should be like every few seconds, the shadows change. 3, 2, okay. I think I'm seeing it. Or I'm delusional. No, okay, good. So that is it. I think it's just moving a lot less than I expected it to. Alright, set time 18. So when it's 6 p.m., the sun should be moving more. Oh, I just realized it's in the wrong direction. It used to be that way. I actually need to fix that again. How do I fix that? Also, it should be moving basically smoothly at this point. Yeah, you can see the sun is now updating more frequently. I just had an idea. What if I just make the sun, like, rotate in the correct direction? And then, like, make it do the right thing. So yeah, let's just go through, like, our day-night cycle. So, like, what direction do I want the sun to be in? Because now, this sun ref... Let's keep it that way. Sun transform. So I think it needs to be rotated this way. Yeah. Oh, I see. Hang on. We need to have this. So update sun transform should not happen unless it's, let's do if not engine.editor hit. There we go. Also, this ambient light color. Should it be ambient top color? There we go. Okay. No, wait, no, it should be ambient bottom color. There we go. Okay. That we can ignore for now. Oh, background color also isn't used for anything, I don't think. But okay, the problem is, this is a transform 3D, and I don't think we can get those in Blend or Godot directly anymore. Because it basically used to be that, oh, they would just work. But okay, I don't think... Can I get the transform here? Can I, like, copy the whole shebang? Well, I really only need the rotation. So let's just clear... Let's just go to the reset channel. Oh, wait, no. We don't even do anything with this. Actually, delete this entirely. Okay, remove sun transform from here. Map screenshot, I guess that's fine. Because now we're going to have a new thing. Sun rotation. Which is a vector 3. So sun rotation, sun.transform.rotation. As Euler angles, that makes sense. And then sun.transform.rotation equals that. Actually, this is a directional light 3D. This one, though, no 3D. World environment. And this one is a multi-mesh instance 3D. Wait. Oh, we can just set rotation directly. Interesting. Okay, so now we got this doing its correct thing. The real question now. So we copy this value. Because we need to actually, like... It'll be kind of a pain to set this, but paste it here, key value. Wait, we don't really need this. So when it is about... Where is the sunset? Also, something that Godot does now that's really annoying is the fact that it's so difficult to, like, rotate things. Or it's so difficult to, like, seek through an animation because it changes depending on what direction you're going through the animation. It's really hard to figure out, like, what it's doing. But okay, I think about here. The sun should be rotated basically about this way. So I want it to be very specific. I want it to be pointing exactly at the... Wait, where's our mountain? Where's the tower? Oh, there it is. I think the pancaking effect is still in place. Yeah, I want this to be covering this right here. What did that do? Why did that change? Did that... Who is what? What is who? Which one of these is what? Does this... So... I don't understand. What if we did basis instead? Actually, I have a good idea. If engine is editor int sun.rotation equals t. That way I can actually just rotate the damn thing. Okay, because what I want to see is at the evening, so we want the sun... Okay. It kind of does what I want. The main thing is that actually needs to... what does it need to do that I'm not seeing here? Well, it's going in complete nonsense, actually. So I think what we should do is we should not have this be a transform, we should have it, or a rotate. We should have this be a basis, basically. Transform.basis. Transform basis. And now we remove that. So the sun is to the south of us. I need to like remember my compass directions. Because this is to the west. And then it shines down on us. So that means it's this way that's to the north. Okay, and because we're in the northern hemisphere, in the spring, the sun will be to the south of us. Also, these shadows are super fucked up. But I'm going to say this is about... Well, what is noon exactly? I think it's this time of day. Copy this value. Paste it here. Keyframe it. And then I'm thinking... So this should be a little earlier in the day. Actually, hang on. Does this actually, like... Did this... I think this is wrong. Why did it copy the wrong thing? Because this should be like this. Copy this value. Paste it here. Keyframe it. Okay. So that's good. Except for the fact that that's wrong. I feel like it's just choosing, it's just not doing the thing that it's supposed to be doing. Like, this is not the transform that I put in here. Because it should be about like this. Copy this again. Oh, wait, no. Copy this. Paste it. Keyframe it. Is it here? Is it the correct thing? Paste the value that I pasted into the fucking frame. What is happening? Oh, I see. I just keep accidentally, like, copying the wrong frame. And now here, this is God knows what it's doing. Because it's just not choosing the correct, like, basis. Oh, did I? Yeah, so like we can see, this says this value. This does not say its correct value. Also, what is this warning? Light scale does not affect the visual size of the light. I think now it should be fine, because it just has, whatever. I'll fucking delete it. Actually, wait, did I accidentally delete too many things? No, I didn't. Why is this... Now this is just doing, like, whatever it wants. This isn't even, like, correct. It's not even rotating on an axis. It rotates on this axis just fine. But okay, so this is about 10 a.m. So we'll copy this value. We will paste it here. And then we will keyframe it. And then I will hope that that actually works. It doesn't. It sets it to the wrong base. How is assigning a value, getting a value, and assigning it is, like, not correct? It doesn't know how to, like, do that. I think I need to, like... So if we copy this again, delete this. So what is the value that we have? We have this. And then we paste it. And then it's this value. So it says this value in here. And then if I keyframe it, and then if we look at the keyframe, it says it. And then if we run the animation, it's wrong. Because it sets it to something else. It just sets it to a different thing. And it seems like it's specifically this XX that's being set different. Maybe we need to do quaternions instead? Yeah, let's go back to here. Let's do... quaternion. So, sun dot... So is this the correct thing? Rotation of the node is Euler angle, so how do we do quaternion? Okay, so we can set the quaternion. Because it didn't work either. Didn't it not work? I think it didn't work. Wait, why did I stop using it? I think it didn't work. It could have been. I guess now that I've set this, I'll try this, though. Oh, we don't need that. Okay, so I'm going to say this slightly over this way will be... And we don't need scale to be changed. So if we slightly scale, or if we... Yeah, I think this will be like 10 a.m. And I hope that it actually works. I think, okay, good. It does. And then we go to, what did I say noon is? Noon. Or like, start, get time. So, midnight offset. So midnight is 3:30. And this is exactly 10 minutes long. So that means 3:30 minus 300. So 30 is noon. This is completely... This is just... Godot's, like, animation player is broken, basically. It doesn't even, like, remotely, like, reflect things, it seems. Okay, let's make it a little bit more up. Get that? Oh, wait, this is the wrong quaternion. We'll have to change this to, well, I'll just switch it. I'll just rename it manually. And then, when we go to about here... I guess it should be about here. So when is sun invisible? Let's set that as our like last act. About here, I think. And then when we get to here, we have our beautiful sun. Hang on, where is... Let's go to our first frame of sun visibility. How do we, like, step through the frame? I was hoping I could, like, step into, like, this exact frame. Okay, I think it'd be about here. And then it would slowly come up. Okay, that feels about right. And then zoop de whoop. Okay, that seems pretty close to what I want. Now the main thing is making sure that it's timed up how I want it to be. And like rotated to where I want it to be. Because I want the tower shadow. Why is the lighting so fucked up? I think this pancake is just like, yeah, okay. Whatever the pancake does, it does it wrong. Because we need to be about here. Actually, how do we set this? I think... I really hope that I can just, like, get a frame and just, like, grab it. But okay, I'm going to say more this way. And let's hope that this actually is like set up properly. Are you kidding? So they have just the ability to set 2 frames on the same frame? What is the point of that? Why would they add that as a feature? Who wants the ability to like set an obviously invalid thing there? But okay, so the main thing is we still need this. I'm just going to rotate this sun manually. Put it exactly where I want it to be, and then we'll figure out the rest of this. If I can eventually like figure out how to like rotate this shit. I mean, Godot 3 didn't have this issue. You could just like set the frame, like you could set the value on a frame and then it would just work. It would just like override the value. So I don't know how they like regressed this. I know how Godot 3 worked. You clicked on the frame, and if you were on the same frame as the previous frame, it would override the value of the frame. Okay, so the main thing is I don't like how this... So we just got to delete this keyframe, I guess, and then we can go into here. Click on the frame in the timeline so you could change it. What? So I have to like click the frame and then click the thing? This is like too advanced for me. Okay, so if can I like hide this frame? What time is this at? I guess I'll just move it over to the side because I want it to be a smooth motion. And the main thing I want... Okay, now it goes too far this way. Okay, did I create two? God fucking damn it. Okay, it's almost where I want it to be. I want it to be slightly... So I gotta go to the thing, I gotta go up to this thing, I gotta remember where this is. Click the pin on the dot in the inspector pop-up menu of the what? I have literally no idea what any of that means. So when you click on the pin on the timeline on the dot in inspector pop-up menu of the exact frame. Apply snapping to timeline cursor. So this is... Why is this not working? Apply snapping to nearest integer FPS. So this should be here. Because, like, one thing is it doesn't snap to where it should be. Like, I want it to be, like... Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, where's the sun visibility? So this is the last frame that we need. The dot on the timeline. So I click this, as I did before when I was editing this before, and it didn't work before. And then we move this ever so slightly. And then if I click this, will it be a separate frame, or will it override the frame? then what is the fucking point of any of the things? Like, what is the point of having 2 frames on the same frame? Because, like, I don't need to see the value here. I need to edit the value in the thing that's editing it. Okay. Hang on. If I move this slightly. Okay, now it's a bit too far. So is it theoretically possible that I will get this? So it was a bit too far to the left, so if I move it marginally, and then we delete this keyframe. And actually, does clicking the keyframe mean that I play the animation there? That's a good question. Yeah, they changed how this works. It used to be if you clicked a frame on the same time as the frame was previously, it would, like, override the frame. Okay, I'm just going to rotate this ever so slightly. I'm just going to make it do what I want it to do. Okay. Keyframe this son of a bitch. There we go. We don't need it to do whatever else it was doing. I guess we could do like a cubic interpolation though, so that way it looks smooth. Actually, would that mess things up here? Hang on, let's change the speed scale of this thing to 1. Actually, let's change it to like 10. So that way we can see like the like animations in real time, semi. Yeah, basically it should rotate the sun. And we can see the shadow. I'm gonna look up Godot for override frame by default. Okay, so nobody sees this as like an issue. Why is this still, is the sun still like up? Oh, I see. The day has risen. The sun has arisen already. And then we're going back. So I'm going to see if this does what I want still. And this was supposed to be the simple part. And we still need to change this to the other name. Well, okay. That's good enough. So I'm going to rename this to environment settings. Or I guess it'd be ... sun rotation. And now it still works, but in-game it will properly rotate as I see fit. Okay, let's see if this works. Is the game running? There we go. Oh, right, I changed the day-night cycle to be 10 times faster. Let's change that back to what it was then. Okay. I think the sun is actually... Is the sun supposed to be down at this point? I can't remember. Yuck, look at that, like, shadow. Hang on. Didn't I change this? Didn't I, like, fix this? Yeah, I'm quite proud of the stars. Though, admittedly, I just realized the clipping plane means that the stars are not visible all the way around. Oh, I know why that is. It's because the stars used to follow the player's position. Wait, no. It's on both sides. And I'm also going to set the time back to like 6 p.m. Does the... Uh-oh. Oh, okay, I see. Anytime we set the time, we need to update the sun position. That makes sense. Set time. So when we set the time, we do environment.update sun position. Or update sun rotation. Oh wait, no, this needs to be environment settings dot update sun position. There we go. Because there's grody. But okay, and now it should be a lot less bad. And yeah, we can see the beautiful mountain off in the distance. The frame rate is being killed by our underground base. Down in here, this should eventually... I eventually need to just make it so it doesn't load in until you just, like, stand inside of it, but I haven't done that yet. I am seeing, though... Oh, I see. I need to set the time much earlier. Basically, our updates per second. So, what... How many hours are in a day? 24. And we have 600. So that means that 600 divided by 24. 25. Okay, so 25 seconds in this represents 1 in-game hour. And I want probably from about here. Let's see. Where do I want it to be? Where do I want the sun to be 0? I think right about here, actually. I want this to start, like, rotating freely. Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted. So it'll quickly transition from basically the sun moving only every, like, 7 seconds to, like, moving in real time. So now if we go back, there we go. Now you can see the shadows are racing. This causes the blinking, but I like it because you can see the shadow of the tower in real time, which is very cool. Though I think it's timed wrong. I think the rotation of the sun needs to be, like, moved a few frames. But yeah, you can see it creeping along the citadel. An ominous omen. But yeah, I need to fix the time, though, because it should be like 6 p.m. Or no, like 9 p.m. is when the sun should be down. What time would that be in this game? Oh wait, no, I already know that. I already know what time that would be, because I've seen it. Like, because it's whenever I turn off the sun. Yeah, right here. Well, that's actually like 10 p.m. If midnight is 3:30... 265. So 3:30 minus 265 divided by 25. Okay, so it's about 2.5 hours. So the sun sets at about 9:30 p.m. here. Actually, that does sound like summer, though. Ah, well, the seasons are inconsistent. things are flowering as if it's spring, but it's clearly, like, the day-night cycle is clearly summer. But I don't think players will mind that much, because I also just don't want I don't want it to be, like, night for, like, 8 hours. My main problem... Oh, I know what I should do. Is the game okay? Okay, there we go. It turned off. What I used to do, I was very specific about it. I made it so the sun rotates faster in the evening. So like this here. And then we can have this a little bit later in the day. So then the sun hangs at noon a bit more, like a bit unrealistically long. Because otherwise the sun is like, otherwise the sun's just at an angle for a long time. Inconvenient. We want the sun overhead for maximum gameplay. So now we repeat the process. I think the big thing is going to be making the stars behind the environment, which I have yet to be able to figure out. I guess I could just make it a sky shader, or just put it in the sky shader. Then I'd have to figure out a way of like making them work nice, though. I wonder if I could do a sky... I wonder if I could just make them a separate sky shader. I'll figure it out soon. Yeah, the stars are just not correct yet. Actually, didn't I have a thing where I set the depth manually? Like, I'm pretty sure I literally... Yeah, what if we did 0.99 here? And then, like, we go to night. Okay, so yeah, I can see that the stars are not where they should be. Wait, I swear I had something here. So model view matrix. I think this is just a regular world position, isn't it? No, okay. So this is doing... It was doing something? What the fuck is wrong with my goddamn... I hate Godot 4's animation editor. It is so much worse than Godot 3's. It's so finicky. It's so difficult to just get things to, like, load, or to just, like, to just seek through an animation and see what's happening in the animation. They made it so much more difficult. What is it doing now? And look at this. Oh, it's because the rotate... Okay, it's because I did not set the sun rotation correctly. Okay, so now here's a mistake of me. We need to not have it do that, because then it like it like goes up and then down and then back up. So we need it to go the opposite direction. So have the sun pointing this way. Copy this value. Duplicate a key. Paste this value. Oh, there is some jank there, though. I think we do need to set this to linear, so that way it just... There's some issues with the stars. No, that's not going to be right. That's going to be very noticeable. You know, I think I'm just not going to have the stars as part of the rotation. I think we're just going to have the stars do their own thing. Yeah, so this is just environment stars. Great. And then we can come into the animation player, day-night cycle. Now, the stars just do their own thing. And this animation player, so they now spin, hang on. They now spin on their own, independently of all of our other shenanigans. And that's great. So I can just say that they're doing their own thing. You know, the world is rotating. Now the thing would probably need to be making that animation, I'm not sure exactly. But okay. We have the sun moving. We have the sun turning. We can see the darkness encroaching. We can see the spindles of the tree slowly shadowing over us. And then they start racing across the landscape, very ominously and spookily, and coolly and stuff. And then eventually this will also have good rendering speed, good frame rates and stuff. And eventually we'll even see the sun attached onto this thing somehow, some way. I guess I could just do that by like having a light in the sky. Also, for some reason now the stars work. Like now the stars don't have the like clipping issue. Why is that? Maybe they're being rotated off center or something. But okay. It's 10 p.m. I should get going. That's about done. So what did I do? Git add dot grass and the day-night cycle. Push to all of our sources. Our hard drives will remember who they are. Alright. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Let's see, everything here. AM fix grass AO. But yeah, I'll be back Sunday for more work. I'll be doing more trees, more shrubbery. Actually, maybe I'll do a goat on Sunday. Because I want something that eats grass. And that could be a fun idea. But alright. I'll be back then. We'll figure out what I'm doing when I do it. But okay, see you later.